Mic check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
Mic check.
All right. Wait, what? Hold up. All right, check. Ron, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, perfect. I can hear you as well. I'm coming on. All right, Ryan, are we on yet?
Hey, everybody. Good morning if you're watching from India. Good night if you're watching from America. Good day anywhere you are. Thank you all for joining us for this monumental moment for the sport of baseball in the country of India. We are live here at the 38th Senior National Baseball Championship. Uh, and we are getting started here with a first round matchup between Punjab and Assam. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer. I come at you from Portland, Oregon. And I'll be with you today with my friends here, Eli Wilder and Piyush Nathani. I'll let you guys say hi to the crowd here. How you guys doing? Can y'all
A
hear me?
very good morning to all of you. Thank you so much, Ryan, for that introduction. A very good morning, Eli. I am from Mumbai. bringing this live to you from the SportWatt app and live on YouTube, the 38th Senior Nationals Baseball Championship. Um, a great initiative this by the people in US who want the game of baseball to be promoted in the country. In India, well, India is a long way behind in the game of baseball at the moment, but definitely if we start somewhere, it might take us somewhere. What are your say on that, Eli?
Well, for what I got to say on that, it's definitely a great opportunity, and it's a bit of a journey, but it's all about the journey and more than getting to the destination. So we're definitely looking forward to being a part of something like this, and definitely looking forward to being able to call more games like this along the way. So, I mean, great opportunity here, and it's great to be awake at nearly 1 o'clock in the morning here in the Eastern Seaboard here in the States. But I'm awake and I'm ready to get part of the action. So, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Eli. Thank you, Piyush. I couldn't be more excited to be part of this. It's just been truly awesome meeting everybody in this organization. Um, this broadcast is done in collaboration with the ABFI, who is hosting this tournament. But uh, the broadcast is brought to you by Diamond Dreams Academy. Me and Eli are the broadcasters for DDA, a major and quickly growing developmental program here in India, training baseball players to learn the game. And it's been started by a man who lives over in New York City. His name is Kanwal Sra. Uh, you'll probably hear from him at some point during this tournament. I'm not sure when, but he started a truly special organization that has affected the lives of so many athletes in India. We already have some action here in the opening game of the tournament. In the first inning, we already have a runner on board. I can't tell. There's one out, nobody on board. Excuse me there. So Assam is currently pitching. Punjab is hitting. Pace hitting into left field, but he is thrown out. Here's another hard hit ball into left field. That is going to reach a base runner, the first one of this game. So Punjab getting some offensive action here. And with one out in the first inning, batter takes that pitch. It skips away from the catcher, and the runner will take second base.
Well, especially on those, it's always an opportunity to try and move up on a base, especially if if it's a wild pitch or if the catcher misses a simple one like that. But now runner in scoring position and looking to try and take advantage here.
One ball, one strike. Inside pitch and fouled off to the left side. So for anybody joining us here, we're still getting the stream. We're still getting some momentum here. I'm seeing the number of people watching slowly growing. It says there's 11. Thank you for joining us. But I know this will be a lot of people's first time watching baseball. Hopefully it won't be your last. And, my job here, as well as Eli and Piyush, is to make this kind of an educational experience, but also share our love of the game with you. It's America's pastime, but we want to spread it around the world as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and that's a foul ball. It appears there's actually 2 runners aboard now. Never mind.
It looks like in that case it was a dead ball situation. So if the ball goes out of play, runners get to advance up an additional bag. So that one will score the run and then put the runner on second.
Yeah, good eye there. Should be 1-0 Punjab. Foul ball into the dugout area.
A decent start this for Punjab, you might say. Just one out and already the opening run of the game.
A lot of right-handed players so far in today's game. It's definitely interesting as a baseball fan. You don't see too many left-handed people, walking around every day. But in the game of baseball, it seems like there's just a much larger concentration of left-handers, largely because I think it's an advantage to have a mixture of lefties and righties on your team. And a lot of players actually train, even though they may be naturally right-handed, they actually train to play baseball left-handed to get the advantage at the plate. That is a high arcing pitch. Lands just above the strike zone. I think that was close to a strike there, though. 1-2.
You can never go wrong with a good old Ephus pitch right there.
That was quite the curveball.
Really interesting what you said early on, Ryan. Like, you see more of double-handed players instead of just the right or the left. Since we also see that in baseball you have to catch with just one hand, that is your weaker hand in most of the cases, because you have to throw it with your right hand. So yeah, definitely that is something everyone needs to work on in this game.
And as you spoke there, Piyush, that ball was smoked into the left center gap, and it went into the bushes. There's no real outfield wall, so I take it we're going to see a lot of ground rule doubles, and that is just what happened. So runner is now on second after the ground rule double. Still one out in the frame. And the next batter is going to put it in play right away. And I believe he beat out the throw. That's another
Yeah,
run,
that
I
one right
believe.
there.
I don't
Yeah, that one right
think I
there is
was wrong
just
there.
hard to throw across the diamond, but it's just one of those where you got to run as fast as you can, and it was a great job to be the throw right there.
The runner did advance to third. He did not score from second. But now runners at the corners. That ball's in there for a strike. Next pitch is popped up behind the plate. Catcher trying to get to it, and he does. That is out number 2. Good job playing that ball in the air. Catchers have a really hard job. They oftentimes have to catch those pop-ups that go a mile into the air, and they make it look easy, but I'd imagine it's far from it.
Indeed, especially with the ground especially with the amount of ground that they got to cover, because it's not just in front of the plate, but it's also behind and all the way down to the baseline, at least until the first or third baseman can also cover as well. But always got to have great range on a catcher. That's what I always like to look for.
Got to be one of the most, if not the most important defensive position on the field. And he just made a big play to get it to 2 outs. But with runners on the corners, that's a strike, I believe. The score 2-0, Punjab in the lead over Assam. And they might have extended it with that play. That ball goes into left field. The runner jogs around third and will touch the plate. Another run on the board for Punjab. They get off to a hot start.
I believe that time they were able to score both runs if you take a look, because now he's currently on second, and if you said runners on the corners, but it looked like it was a second and third situation, so now that'll be 2 more across, and I mean, it's just a hard shot down the line. Can't really do nothing about that, especially if it's no man's land down there.
So Punjab really getting after the baseball on offense. There's a pickoff attempt. He almost got him. I think he barely made it back to second. I gotta give a shout out to these jerseys.
Honest.
Yeah. Keeping him honest. Sometimes the batter isn't so honest, though. And that ball skips away. It allows the runner to advance. So now they threaten a 5th run in the opening frame. Hit to first base and past it. Fumbled by the right fielder. He's going to toss it back in, and that should score the 5th run quite easily. Punjab putting a punishing on the baseball so far. They might bat around in this frame.
Indeed, it's just one of those where you got to pass the bat on to the next guy. I mean, score as many runs as you can. And in that case, I was able to find a gap in right field and put it there on the ground.
That ball taken for ball 1. So we get started here in the Senior National Baseball Championship of India 1 day late. And more contact here. And another run scores. That's all the way to the back of the outfield. And it should allow the runner to take second. I believe he was called out.
Yep, I think there was some miscommunication there. He tried to take second even though the pitcher already had the ball that time, and he just runs right into the tag. But nevertheless, Punjab still puts another run on the board to bring their total to 6 after the first inning.
Yeah, the runner does his job. He plates home the run. The hitter does his job. Back here in the second inning, as Punjab put up a 0 in the top frame and then scored a 6-piece in the bottom frame, and they are way ahead of Assam here in this opening game of the ABFI Senior National Baseball Championship here in Amravati, Maharashtra. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Ryan Oppenheimer alongside Eli Wilder and Piyush Nathani. And Assam is back up to bat. The count 1-2. That ball looks like it was just outside
Healthy
the
start
zone.
this for Punjab, you got to say. Leading already by 6 in the first.
Next pitch skips across the dirt behind home plate. That's low for a ball. That's in there for a strike, and he's out. A great showing so far for the Punjab pitcher. Didn't allow any base runners in the top of the first and gets a really nice punch out there.
It's just one of those where you got to be aggressive with it, and already one out. If you just keep attacking the hitter, you're going to get him down eventually.
That one swung at and fouled. Count is 0-1. But Punjab really putting their baseball talent on display right now. You know, a team from Punjab actually won the last major baseball tournament in India. The Federation Cup was won by Lovely Professional University, which resides in Punjab. A lot of athletic talents coming out of that region. 0-2 count. A sidearm delivery, and the ball chopped right back to the pitcher. He makes the throw for out number 1. Really sound defense there from the pitcher, making an accurate throw.
Very cool and calm and composed at that moment.
So Punjab is really setting up for another quick defensive inning here. With 2 outs, number 69 comes to bat. And after taking a little timeout, he steps into the box. Pitch on its way, high, just on top of the strike zone. One 0 high and away. So Assam getting ahead in the count for one of the first times here in this matchup. 2-0 is sliced over to second base. Easy play onto first for out number 3. And Punjab again retires Assam's batters in order. And we head to the bottom of the second after this on the DDA streaming network. Hey everybody, welcome back to the DDA live stream where Punjab leads 6-0 over Assam. Now a chance to extend their lead. First pitch is taken for a ball. And we get a long day of baseball started here with this one. A lot more baseball coming your way after this. It's going to be a long night for me and Eli here in the States. And I just wanted to check in, Eli. How are you doing, man? And it's so nice to have you on here. Get to know another fellow baseball fan here in America, even though we don't live anywhere close to each other. Quick first out. I'm not sure I can hear you, Eli.
There we go. That's a little better. Been going on about 16, 17 consecutive hours, but still awake. Got plenty of Coke Zero to help fuel me through the rest of the night.
Oh yeah, that's the American healing elixir right there. Bottom of the second inning here. Punjab did pop out for the first out of the inning. And that's sliced into foul territory for strike.
So that one right there, it's just he's already down 0-2, and it's just trying to force contact. Doesn't matter where it's going to go in foul territory. It's all long strikes anyway. So now you're just putting pressure on the offense at this point.
The batting average definitely decreases when you're behind in the count like this. It makes your life much harder as a batter. Just trying to fight off pitches here. He's going to hit this one hard into left field, and it reaches for a single. Another confident swing from this Punjab team. And they continue to attack the baseball. Runner on here with one out in the second.
Yeah, that time it's just more of a defensive swing. With 2 strikes, you got to fight anything that's close, and that one he just took down the left field line for a good base hit and try and start something here in the second.
And a steal attempt is successful. Got a good jump. And now Punjab threatens with a runner in scoring position.
That one is just trying to go as fast as you can. More opportunities to try and score.
That pitch is very wild behind the batter's head. Runner does stay where he's at, though. We're hoping for no more rain delays, as the weather has really gotten in the way of this tournament so far. It completely wiped out the first day. We're going to try to squeeze as much baseball as we can here the next 3 days or so. And another concern here is the condition of the field, as it, there is a grounds crew that is going to try to keep the field as in good condition as possible, but in monsoon season, I'd imagine it's pretty hard to do that.
Indeed. Even here in the States, especially with field conditions, it doesn't matter if it's hot, cold, rainy, snowy. We're going to try and get the game in anyway, anyhow.
Wow, he got a hold of that ball, and it lands nearly in the bushes. It's chased down by the outfielders. This could be an inside the Parker. He's going to hold up at third. What a piece of hitting for Punjab. And more scoring.
That one there is just getting down and behind the ball, and it's just putting a lot of power behind it. And that one, he just took all the way to the edge of where the field is. And I mean, it probably had a shot at home, but at this point, it's already well out of hand. Just conserve your energy for later.
You have to imagine this team is going to hit a home run at some point this tournament. They certainly have the power to do so. That almost got out of the park. But a runner on third. It's now 7-0 Punjab. No sign of stopping. Ball skips away. Runner holds. I got to give a shout
A
out to the
total one-way
jersey.
traffic. This 7-0.
I'm excited to see what jerseys these teams come out with throughout this tournament. But right now, I just got to say the Punjab ones are clean. And same with Assam. Especially the front of those jerseys are really intricate.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that jerseys in America. I can attest this from personal experience. Some are good, some are not, but all the same, it's just whatever you got to do to stand out and really make your team look good. I mean, take a look at all the MLB teams recently coming out with their City Connect uniforms, just trying to add a little bit of flair to their current designs, and I'm all for it. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the typical home and away sets, even for MLB teams, are, kind of stuck in the past in a lot of ways. Just the regular white and gray. It gets old, I think there should be more jerseys like this. Oh my, that's a moonshot. Is that going to get out?
Oh, that's way
I
out
think
of
it
here. You can
did.
just tell by the bat flip alone.
Long gone. And Punjab is putting their foot down here in the second inning. A mammoth blast for number 15. And the bases are cleared. 9-0.
That one you could tell it was just
Just
one
as you
swing of
said,
the bat.
Ryan, earlier on, that they will hit a
Man, everybody is just celebrating this moment. What a great piece of hitting there, and he's all smiles. We'll see if Punjab can keep this rally going. The pitcher for Assam has been hit hard so far. He's off the mound right now. There's a stoppage.
It looks like they're trying to get that ball back because it's the only one that they've got.
Yeah, I think so. Either that or they just want to give it back to the guy as a souvenir.
Nope, home run balls are always a good trophy to have. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I know, Eli, I did some research on you, man. I know that you were primarily a pitcher, but I got to ask, did you get to, did they let you hit a lot in college? Did you get to take a lot of at-bats?
Sadly, no, not a lot in college, but plenty of a little bit of opportunity in high school and travel ball during that time.
Yeah. Now, at the high school level, players aren't quite as specialized. They kind of let the best athletes do everything on the field. More
Yeah, high
action
school is
here
one
for
of
the
those.
Punjab offense, by the way, and it's another single reaching.
Yeah, high school is one of those where it's around that time where you start to specialize, whether it be as a hitter or as a pitcher, or if you're capable of doing both, they let you do both as well. Me, they let me do a little bit of both, but mostly pitching until I actually got to college when I just decided to be a pitcher.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna draw on your baseball knowledge a lot during these live streams. Uh, Eli is our resident baseball expert. He has more playing experience than probably six of me. So I played a little bit when I was a little kid, uh, but I'm mostly a passive observer of the game.
We are all here for it, Ryan.
Second inning still in progress here. Runner on second, score 9-0, 1 out. The first out happened, I believe, on the first pitch of this inning, and there hasn't been an out since. That ball is pulled to left and fair, and that should score another run easily.
It looked like that one there took a hard bounce in front of the left fielder, so it may have gotten away from him a little bit, but either way, it now puts at least another runner on. So if I read it correctly, it's now runners at the corners, or I know there's at least one on first.
Yeah, these Punjab hitters are getting ahead of a lot of these pitches. They are ready. And the steal attempt is successful. Another runner in scoring position. And the score is 10-0 and counting. Pickoff attempt, not in time.
Yeah, I get with the pickoff attempts, especially with that, especially with the let's see, it was no, yeah, it was definitely a spin move. It's just you're allowed to step off in front and be able to try and go after the runner, and yep, there goes another one.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Into the trees in left field.
And he's taking
And
his
the
sweet little
avalanche
time around the
continues.
bases.
He is basking in the glory of destroying that baseball. Great camera work on the replay, watching that ball go all the way to the natural wall there.
And that was just one of those where you leave it up in the zone, and Punjab, they've been hitting all game so far. We already know they're going to put it somewhere where it's not going to come back.
When you have a lineup of hitters like this, I mean, it's a lose-lose situation as a pitcher. If you throw it in the zone, it's going to get hit. If you throw it out of the zone, these batters have the eye to take easy walks. And that's a good take right there.
It's also
11-0.
So it's already out of hand, but it's also one of those scenarios where plate discipline is still key here, especially if you want to keep an inning alive.
Still 1 out. And there is another ball hit deep into the outfield, nearly to the wall. And the runner jogging around the bases. This could be called a home run. I think it will be.
Yep. And it looks like they were judging it off of where the ball bounced. So if you saw the yellow cones right there in that shot, then once it gets past those, it's gone, whether it be on the hop or not. But this time, if you take a look at that, he just got behind that one and drove it way out into right field.
Yeah, and these Punjab hitters, they actually do have a mixture of handedness. That was a lefty pulling it to right field, nearly to that barrel. And it's all smiles in the dugout. These guys came to play. The rain delay didn't get in the way of their competitive streak. Doesn't matter when they get out in the field. They're ready to play. It's 13-0 Punjab over Assam.
And it's still
The
only the
second inning
second inning.
rolls on. Crazy to think that the first batter actually popped out.
Well, baseball is just one of those games where anything can happen. You can get one pitch, one out, or you can get 4 runs scored in a row.
That is going to be past the left fielder. And I think that landed in fair territory.
Well, if it was fair, he'd probably be standing on second by now, but he hasn't even left out of the box, so I'm willing to bet that it went foul according to the umpire.
Yeah, I apologize. It's a little bit hard to see from Portland, Oregon. My vantage point.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm in the mountains of North Carolina, so mine is not that much better.
And that's another ball into the outfield. Runner will take second base easily. He'll hold up there.
And it looks like that one also went out of place. Or never mind, looks like he's going to go back now.
It just don't stop for the Punjabi offense. Assam just searching for a way out of this inning. How can they stop the bleeding? What's a good strategy, Eli, if a team is really falling apart on the mound and they've been hit hard for multiple runs in an inning? What's the best strategy to get them to, get weak contact and just get out of the inning?
Well, if you're trying to face a team like Punjab, who's been hitting the ball hard all day, mostly hope and pray, and then at least try to be a bit deceptive as far as what you're throwing. Try to mix your pitches more often. Make sure that it's something that you can try force ground balls with, especially on the infield, or if it's something that you can get them to pop out. But other than that, mostly hopes and prayers of trying to get out of the inning at that point.
Right now, it looks like Punjab is on the mound. They are on defense. The second inning has been called.
Yeah, I think at that point it should be like a run rule. I think it's a run limit per inning type deal. I'm not really sure, but at the same time, now it's got a different pitcher. Looks like they have a different pitcher on the mound, and he's got some velo on him.
He's got a live arm for sure. He's going to face his first batter here beginning the top of the third. That's a fireball right down the middle for strike one. Swing and a miss.
If you got a guy chucking heat like that, you might as well just sit back and relax, but still stay on your toes.
0-2. Fouled away. Able to make contact there at least. Can't imagine it's easy to do that against a guy throwing that hard. And we'll see if Assam can get some runs on the board here. They have a lot of ground to make up. Swing and
Ooh.
a miss, strike three. Breaking ball outside. That was nasty.
Classic go-to scenario. You just got to throw the good old breaking ball in there, and he just swung right through that. And great left to right movement right there, going through the zone.
$13-0 Punjab. And they are looking to keep Assam off the board here in the third. That ball is just a bit outside. 1-0 the count. Here's the pitch. Hits the catcher in the foot. Ball two. We are getting started here in the Senior National Baseball Championship with one of the premier teams in the country. Clearly, Punjab has come to play. I have a question for Piyush, actually. As someone who's able to speak on maybe the athletic hotbeds of the country, I'm wondering, what are some teams to watch out for this tournament? Obviously, Punjab clearly has some talented baseball players, but just in terms of general athletic talent, is there any other regions to watch out for?
Yes, definitely. I think Haryana did really well in the previous tournament as well. Haryana is someone we should definitely be looking out for. And also Madhya Pradesh, they have a very strong side. And well, if you want to see some power hitting, then definitely Punjab and Haryana are the ones because they are known for their power in the country, if we see.
Yeah, Punjab definitely putting
Like
that on
it's
display
just the
today.
genetics of the people in Punjab and Haryana who are more
Yeah, and definitely probably
like it
benefiting
did not
from
take
some advanced
you
training.
quite a while to understand that Punjab is definitely.
Yeah, Punjab with a dominant start to this game.
So if you go cultural wise, Punjabis are the ones who are known for eating all the butter chickens and all the healthy stuff, and they really eat a lot and have a lot of power in them since birth.
Hey, for the record, Piyush, where are you coming at us from? Where do you reside?
Um, I stay in Mumbai, but I am a Sindhi, so Sindhis are a little close as Punjabis as well. There are a lot of cultures in the country. Like we have more than 50 to 70 languages, different languages and different cultures and castes in the religion. So yeah.
I mean, I'm sensing a bit of a friendly rivalry here with Punjab. I mean, that was a little incendiary there. We march on though here. Third inning, Punjab is dominating Assam. Yeah, we try to keep it lighthearted here. We have a lot of baseball ahead, and that's kind of the spirit of baseball. It's a leisurely game for the fans, even for the players. There's a lot of standing around. That's just kind of how the game is designed. And from a broadcaster's perspective, I think the beauty of the game is it leaves a lot of downtime just to tell stories, make jokes, and just have a good time. I think that's why it's called America's pastime. It really does feel like a pastime. It feels leisurely, and I've gotten to know two new friends here in Eli and Piyush, and we'll be with you for the rest of the way here. Punjab working with a runner on first and one out. The 0-1 pitch is in there at the bottom of the zone for strike two. That ball taken, and batter stays in the box. And runner going for second. He is in there. Good jump from the Assam base runner, number 55. And now we get to see Assam's first runner in scoring position situation. That ball skips across home plate. It is 3-1. Pitcher trying to pick someone off at third base.
Kind of interesting because you don't ever really see a lot of pickoffs at third. It's just one of those emergency scenarios that if you need to get it out at third, then with the runner getting caught off guard, then that's the play to go.
Swing and a miss, strike two, and the count is full. So Assam with really their best scoring situation this entire game, and number 31 is battling here at the plate. Fouling a pitch back, and we will do it again. The windup, the delivery is high and inside, and that's a walk. And there are now, the bases are now loaded, it appears. So Assam can really do some major damage here in the third if they're able to get these runs across.
It's also one of those situations where it's finally an opportunity to actually do something and put some more pressure on Punjab, but still 13-0. It's a very big hole to try and climb out from.
No matter the score, it's still going to feel good to get that first run across if they're able to. That's a pop-up into foul territory, and the catcher makes the play. Out number two.
And it's just one of those. Batter was late on the ball, goes sky high, straight up. But like I say, always got to have a catcher with great range, and he's just able to head on over it close to the dugout and be able to make the catch. So now 2 down and a very manageable situation for Punjab.
Here we go. This is a make or break situation with 2 outs. And the base is loaded for Assam. Batter goes fishing for that pitch high and outside the zone. Strike one. That pitch inside, batter has to duck. One
Well,
ball, one strike.
as a famous movie quote goes, if you can dodge a ball, you can dodge a ball.
And he gets a hold of that ball. That's into the outfield. Scooped up by the left fielder. Nice throw in, but it won't keep a runner. It won't keep Assam off the board. They will plate a run. At least I believe they did. But regardless, the bases are loaded right now here in the third for Assam.
A huge opportunity this to get something on the board and maybe closer to Punjab in this game.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. High pressure situation for Assam. And he goes and gets that ball down low, hits it into the left center gap. And there is the first run for Assam. That should plate 2 pretty easily. Number 11 with great eye at the plate.
Yeah, pitcher tried to put that one down low in the zone, but bat the ball. He just got it down there and was able to plate a run or 2 in that case. So now Assam finally on the board for the first time this game.
(13-1) Punjab still with a commanding lead. But Assam has their first run on the board, looking for more here, and they definitely have a chance. Batter ready for the first pitch, and he's got to dodge it. 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch, in there for strike 1. So if the schedule we've received is accurate, the next game should be Maharashtra versus... Let me double check this real quick. Maharashtra versus Himachal Pradesh should be the next game after this one gets wrapped up. Still in the third inning here between Punjab and Assam. Count is even. The 2-2. High and inside, and it, I believe, broke back into the zone for strike 3. Wow. That had a lot of movement. And maybe also a generous strike zone from the ump. But that is going to end the frame. So Punjab gives up 1 run, but keeps a 12-run lead heading into the bottom of the third. So far, it's been an action-packed day for the Punjab offense, and a good day to be a fan of that team. They have absolutely punished the baseball so far, multiple home runs, and it's been a joy to watch. These guys can definitely get after it at the plate.
Indeed, it's just hit after hit after hit. These guys just keep putting the bat on the ball and just keep putting more runners on, and those runners keep coming around to score.
We'll see what they have in store for us in the next frame.
Looks like they are. Instead, looks like they're lining up. It seems. And that's going to be it.
Yeah, the game is over. I believe the run rule may have kicked in. Punjab has dominated Assam for the opening game of this Senior National Baseball Championship. And they will take their talents on to the next game of the tournament. Next up, we do have Himachal Pradesh taking on Maharashtra. But a very fun opening to this tournament. We got to see one of the most power-packed teams in the entire country of India, showing what this country has to offer in terms of baseball talent. And I'd imagine this is not the last we'll see of this club. As we move on, 13-1 the final score. Punjab on top of Assam. It's been a pleasure to be with you so far. We're only getting started here in Amravati, Maharashtra. We'll see the hometown team taking on a team from Himachal Pradesh next up on the DDA streaming network.
Thank you very much for
Hey, everybody, welcome back for the second game of this opening day of the Senior National Baseball Championship 2025, the 38th annual tournament taking place in Amravati, Maharashtra. And today, well, this game here, the second game, will involve Team Maharashtra playing for their home fans as they will face Himachal Pradesh. I'm Ryan Oppenheimer. He is Eli Wilder. And we are happy to bring you another game here in the opening day of this tournament. The first one was certainly a home run fest as Punjab absolutely cruised to a victory over Assam. And Maharashtra, also a very talented region in terms of baseball and a lot of different sports. But this should be a good one.
Indeed, we already had one heck of an offensive output from Punjab in the first match, a 13-1 blowout, several home runs, several doubles, triples, whatever you can think of under the sun. And now we're looking for more offense this game, and hopefully we'll get to see some good pitching as well.
Maharashtra is coming with bright orange uniforms with a navy blue trim. Another solid installment into a solid entry into the uniform competition here. We saw two really good ones with Punjab and Assam. But Maharashtra taking on Himachal Pradesh here. Game should be getting started in just a moment.
It's also good to see. It looks like the Maharashtra women's team is also present to support their counterparts. So hopefully they'll both get to go pretty far in the tournament here.
Just a beautiful scene here. The entire country of India coming together to celebrate this sport. Teams coming from multiple different states ascending here in the state of Maharashtra, hours away from Mumbai, the capital. These teams have survived a major weather obstacle here. And on day two, thankfully, the skies are a little bit more forgiving, and the baseball gods are letting the game go on.
As the gods have willed it, that's for sure, Ryan. And yesterday, even just looking at the radar and being on standby for a good portion of the night, we're finally glad to be able to start playing some baseball, be able to call this wonderful game, and get to see some action finally go down.
The first game was a pretty quick one. I mean, had a very long inning in there, but it ended in 3 innings. We'll see how long this one goes. Maharashtra will go to bat first. They are the away team.
I'm also digging Maharashtra's pullovers as well. You got the orange and it looks like black trim as well. Zip ups at 2.
Yeah, the warm-up jackets are real nice. I want to ask you, Eli, about just your experience immersing yourself in the Indian baseball scene. And, both of us, found this just kind of on a whim. It sounded cool. I mean, and we applied, and we've had nothing but fun ever since. But I want to ask about, what's your experience been like, learning about, a sport you obviously know and love and have played, but just how it works in a different country, and, maybe the people you've met, because I've met some amazing people so far along the way.
Indeed. Well, from what I've learned, baseball is a lot different for whatever country you're in. I know America, we play the game a certain way, and then a lot of the Hispanic countries down in the Caribbean, especially Cuba, the Dominican Republic, a lot of those guys play a different brand of baseball, or even over in the Asian region with Japan, South Korea, Taiwan. Everybody plays the game a different way, and even getting the chance to learn about baseball in India is just it's really eye opening to see how much interest there is in a growing country for a sport like baseball, and be able to see it all come together and really start to take root and be able to start pushing their way onto the international stage is an opportunity that we definitely both want to be a part of, Ryan. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's been a true honor so far, getting to know people who are passionate about the game that we grew up watching and playing. It really is a beautiful vehicle for connecting globally. Every sport is, but there's just something special, something romantic about the sport of baseball, and it's amazing to see these young athletes in India getting a slice of it. Coaches still uh, giving pep talks to their players here as the Maharashtra offense gets set to take the field. They have played host to the senior nationals quite a few times. The website isn't fully updated. The last 3 years don't really show up, but Maharashtra shows up quite a bit, both as a champion and as a host state for this tournament over the past 38 years. Now, we appreciate everyone tuning in. 35 people watching right now. A lot of baseball coming your way as the huddle is broken. This is a fairly new operation here, with DDA becoming the new broadcast partner of ABFI and their various tournaments. It's definitely the start of a new era for baseball in this country. And, really the goal of DDA is to spread the love of the game across the country and really be able to enhance the already present and growing interest in the sport. It is very hot and humid in the state of Maharashtra right now. They've been dealing with some heavy rain, but also some heavy heat. Temperature has consistently been in the 80s, 90s, to go with some brutal humidity. There even might have been a bit of lightning yesterday during the day that was rained out. But so far, so good on the weather front. I gotta say, what a beautiful view, though, outside the outfield. A very picturesque hill filled with trees. I honestly, I just wish I was there in person.
Indeed, it's always been a bit of a dream destination to try and go to for me personally because it's more learning about the culture and just being able to watch baseball grow into something that I mean it's just started out small and now you finally get to see be a part of something that you can look back on years later and go, I got to be a part of that and it was a really great experience to actually grow and just be involved with.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't gotten outside North America personally, but India's on my bucket list for sure. And being a part of this experience has definitely made me want to go even more than I already did. Just moments away from Maharashtra taking on Himachal Pradesh here in Amravati. The second game so far this morning. Plenty more to come, both on the men's and the women's side. And now the umpires taking the field. The Himachal Pradesh defense has retreated back to their dugout. They haven't retaken the field quite yet. There is a meeting out near first base between some coaches and players for Maharashtra. Mic check. All right, we're back. Game number 2 getting underway here. Maharashtra, the away team, up to bat first in this matchup between Maharashtra and Himachal Pradesh. Welcome back to the Senior Baseball Championship And the count is now 2-1 after the wild pitch.
And a good job by the hitter right there, just being able to stay in there, especially on a pitch that almost grazes you on the inside corner of the plate, but it's just that having that really good plate discipline.
Righty-righty matchup. And the delivery, ball hit hard into the sky, and I believe it's run down by the left fielder for out number 1. Good job tracking that ball midair. And 1 away.
Yeah, that one is just got under 2-2 count. Definitely had a defensive swing there, and it's just high fly ball. Left fielder had to go back a little ways, but was able to range under and make the catch there. So a good first out there for Himachal Pradesh.
Second batter of the inning takes ball 1. Second pitch in there for strike 1. If you're just now joining us, this is the second game of the tournament. The first game was a blowout win in favor of Punjab. They were able to defeat Assam 13-1. And we are a go in day 2 of the tournament, really day 1. And that's a grounder through the 5-6 gap, sneaks past the left fielder. Runner on the move, he will take second base. And the first runner aboard for Maharashtra.
Yeah, that one right there initially started out as a single, but that time you could kind of see the left fielder there bobbling the ball and letting it get away from him, and that allows the runner to take second. So first time Maharashtra will get a runner in scoring position today, and it won't be the last time either.
One aboard and 1 away in inning number 1. And a high-breaking curveball is called a strike, I believe. And he goes back with the same pitch. I think that was just low. And I think that's what you call induced vertical break. I don't know. I don't know if that might be that might be for fastballs. I'm not really sure how all that works, but a lot of break, that's for sure. And that is some contact into left field. That's a fair ball, and it's a base hit.
Actually, I believe that one they called foul, so he will come back. Yeah, that one will be called foul right there, so it'll move up to a 2-2 count now.
Thank you, Eli. It's a bit hard to see.
That
That I
one
believe is fair. All the way to the
Yeah,
wall.
that one
It
definitely
sneaks
is.
behind the tree trunk. And batter banana loops around second. He will retreat. And that should score a run for Maharashtra. Number 11 with the opening RBI.
Yeah, that one right there was just being able to get your bat out over the play, especially in a defensive count, 2-2 against you. Had a ball initially go foul on that 2-1 pitch, but this time he put it fair and was able to get it by the left fielder, so that will put the first run on the board for Maharashtra.
Again with the 12-6 curveball. That did not find the zone. Batter awaits the second pitch. Finds the zone. That's down the middle for a strike. And another one over the plate. So Himachal Pradesh pitcher now ahead in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And this pitch hit in the air. Left field. It lands, fair ball. Center fielder picking it up, delivering the throw back in, and it's not in time. That is a stand-up double.
And that one right there, 1-2. He left one breaking ball up high in the zone a little too much, and that one just puts right into the left center gap. So now another one will come across from Maharashtra and make that 2-0 now.
We saw a lot of power from the Punjab team. Maharashtra showing the same thing. Two nothing ball game, and another high fly ball. That one's going to curve foul. So 2 balls and a strike. And that's taken in the zone. Two is hit sharply. That's a fair ball. It bounces off of a bump in the road. And that should score another.
Again, Maharashtra already doing really well with 2-strike hitting, and that time he was able to get it all the way into the outfield, and that one just hit hard off the edge of the road and got lost up in the clouds for a little bit, and now that puts another runner on second and another run across the board.
Maharashtra getting after it on offense, and they will take second base easily. Still 1 out in the inning. Runner on second. The lead is 3. And here's the pitch. Bottom of the zone, strike.
Trade a strike for another base, and that's the second one he's already stolen in as many pitches.
That's right. The runner does take third. Not a whole lot of aggressiveness from the catchers so far. That's strike 2. The stolen base
not
is
a lot
coming.
of aggressiveness, but in any case, it's more on the pitcher because the catcher is only as good as the pitcher that can get the ball to the plate the quickest. But in this case, it's all been slow just based off the movement off the mound, and it's just the runners being able to time that up and take advantage of the opportunity to not get a throw down.
Runner threatening from third, and that's a chopper. Pitcher makes the play at home. It's safe. Runner takes off from third and beats the throw to score the 4th run for Maharashtra.
And that right there is just soft contact right into no man's land between the pitcher and third base, but you already got the runner coming home. Throw was a little bit too late right there, and a good heads-up base running by Maharashtra. So now that'll make it, I believe, 5 now?
I believe so. And the swinging chopper kind of functioned as a safety squeeze right there. And the inning will go on. Still only one out. Himachal Pradesh just trying to get off the field, get their offense on, but it's taken a while. Maharashtra's shown both a power ability and a contact ability, putting the ball in the right place.
Yeah, it's just being able to put the ball in play and put the pressure on the defense and try to make them make those plays out in the field.
For 5-0 is the score. And the pitch is taken, and another stolen base for Maharashtra.
Definitely have a feeling that by the end of this game, they're going to have at least north of 5 steals. If not, probably 10. Just based on their aggressive base pass.
I think they're probably getting up close to 5 already. That's at least their third, maybe their fourth already. So a runner on second, one out. Top of the first. The pitch looks to be just high. So it's 2 balls and a strike. A slow, lurching delivery. The pitch is hit hard, left field, and in play. Left fielder will chase it down into that little pit near the wall, and the runner rounding third base, he will take home. Is that an inside the Parker?
I believe that is. I mean, it bounced in fair in front of the left fielder, but he wasn't able to corral that, and that will allow the runner, as fast as he was able to get around the bases in a flash, and he was able to beat the throw before the ball even got back to the infield.
Hey, one of the most exciting plays in the game right there, an inside the park home run. It's only possible with the very fastest of base runners, and you also got to get pretty good contact on the baseball. 6-0 Maharashtra, a 2-run home run. Or, I believe that's 7-0 actually.
Yeah, I believe that was 7-0 because he did have a runner on at that time.
Another batter at the plate for Maharashtra. Swung at, right back to the pitcher. And the play is made for out number 2. So weak contact, just what Himachal Pradesh was hoping for.
And that was just one of those. The batter got on top of the ball that time, and that just allowed an easy rollover back to the pitcher. And an easy throw over. First baseman able to make that play easily.
Yeah, and that's really what that slow 12-6 curveball is meant for. It's hard to track that ball at the plate and know where it's going to land. And oftentimes you end up either swinging and missing or rolling over it like we saw there.
Indeed, not only that, it's also about location because you don't know if it's going to miss high, low, in, or out. It's just got to be just right to be able to get that call from the umpire.
2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. We've seen that pitch get hit hard at times, but also it's generated some pretty nasty swings and misses. And here it is again. It is hit the opposite way. It is fair. Or not. I think he's coming back.
Nope, that ball was hit fair, and it was just a really good play by the first baseman, able to get down the line there. Just a good grab and able to tag the base and finally get his team off the field. So now Maharashtra will finally go on defense.
2 sets of eyes is definitely good for this setup here. And that actually does end the top frame. 7-0, Maharashtra on top. Able to get some momentum here on offense heading into the bottom frame. Himachal Pradesh will be on offense after this. That ball was hit high in the air. A lot of contact made by the Maharashtra offense.
Pretty sure it also hit the water bottle out there, too. That's just precise.
Yeah, these Maharashtra hitters have really shown their ability to dictate where the ball goes. I mean, it's almost like they're playing pinball out there.
And also having some really good speed on the base pass to beat out some of the harder plays.
So already in this tournament, we've seen 2 distinct play styles from 2 really good teams. And, you mentioned earlier, Eli, about how many different ways there are to play this game. And, you saw Punjab, which has, a bunch of power hitters in the lineup, just destroy the baseball. They hit multiple home runs. And, you saw some of that from this Maharashtra team, but they seem to be a lot more nimble, a lot more quick, and a lot more finesse focused at the plate as well. No doubt they can hit for power as well.
Indeed, we could definitely tell there's a lot of similarities between the two, especially with power hitting. But as far as contact, I probably want to give the edge. I mean, they both have the ability to be able to put contact on the ball very well. Now it's just a matter of how they handle their business on defense.
So our first look at the pitching staff of Maharashtra. A hard-throwing righty misses for ball 1. And also our first look at Himachal Pradesh and their offense. In there, strike 1. Very fluid throwing motion from the Maharashtra pitcher.
He's already got some really good zip on the ball. It's just being able to have that fluid motion, especially out of the stretch position on the mound. You just be able to try and push off your back foot more and drive down the mound.
Really lunges into those pitches. Count now 2 balls and a strike. Three balls now. One away from taking a walk. Good eye from Himachal Pradesh so far. The pitch in there. And the count is full.
See, that's a great pitch to get back into the count right there. Put it right down on the lower part of the zone where you can't get to it, especially 3-1. You're either looking for exactly what you want or trying to put a defensive swing on it, or I guess a free swing away on that one. But now you got to find anything that's close if you want to try and get on base here.
Payoff pitch is swung at and hit softly to second base. The throw in time for the first out.
And that right there was a great pitch to put in the zone, especially on a full count. That one just got jammed on the inside and just an easy dribbler out to second base. As you can see right here, went in to out on that swing. Easy one hopper to the second base for the play out at first, and that will be the first out of the inning for Maharashtra.
Next batter, free swinging and hits it past the pitcher, skipped past him, but the second baseman right behind him makes the play. And 2 quick outs recorded by Maharashtra. Sharing a laugh afterwards. They've all got each other's backs on the defensive side.
Indeed, that one right there just looked like it deflected off the pitcher's glove, but second base playing right up the middle, exactly where he wanted to, and a really good job so far. 2 plays, both made by the second baseman, being right place, right time, and almost overthrew the first baseman, but enough to get him back on the bag for out number 2.
Number 3 hitter for Himachal Pradesh will come up to bat. Our first lefty sighting on this team. We'll see how he's able to handle this right-handed pitching.
Not a bad spot at the bottom of the zone.
Not at all, but it just misses for a ball. This pitcher's really shown an ability to work the corners and the edges of the zone. And that time he catches the outside edge. I'm really enjoying watching this guy throw the ball.
Indeed, pitching is always fun to watch. If you got a guy who's on the mound who's putting it wherever he wants, whenever he wants. He's already got 2 outs so far, courtesy of his defense.
You know, pitching is really an aspect of the game that I've grown to appreciate in the last few years. There's so many little intricacies to every pitch, and not just every pitch, but the different ways that every individual pitcher throws a specific pitch. This guy's got a good fastball for sure, and he's able to get strike 2.
Indeed, especially with this. I mean, same pitch, same location right there, right on the outside corner. Now he's already got the batter behind with 2 strikes on him.
Would you agree, Eli, that pitching, like you being a pitcher, would you say that pitching is maybe the nerdier side of baseball, like with all those advanced metrics that go into pitching and just the minute differences between each pitch? It feels very nerdy in the best way possible. I feel like with hitting, it's kind of like I see ball, I hit ball. Like that's kind of all there is to it. And then with pitching, I mean, there's like whole YouTube channels dedicated to pitching. I mean, I don't know if you watch Pitching Ninja, but that was a way that I really started to understand the intricacies.
Oh, yeah. Being able to watch Pitching Ninja and all of his breakdowns on his channel is just it was a blessing in disguise, really, just to be able to understand spin rate and how a ball cuts or tails, especially. It doesn't matter which way they throw, right or left, just being able to understand how it goes and the movement on it. And funny enough, some of those or even Trevor Bauer at some point, and just being able to watch him and his pitch grips is something that I've kind of learned of doing my own kind of slider in a way. Didn't really use it that much until later in my baseball career, but it's just something that I got to be able to work on, and it kind of turned out okay. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, but it's just being able to learn more from guys who've done it for a lot longer than I have.
Yeah, absolutely. Maharashtra is able to retire the third out, and we will now begin the second inning here of game number 2 of day number 2 of the Senior National Baseball Championship. Maharashtra working with a 7-run lead, I believe. And they'll look to extend it. The score is correct. I was wrong. It is 6-0. And the count is 1-0, 2-0.
Well, in our defense, it's still hard to keep track of the score, even though they've already pushed so many across and lost count after 4 or 5 or so.
That first inning was certainly chaotic. Maharashtra looking to be the agents of even more chaos here in the second. We have seen a lot of curveballs from this pitcher. It has had mixed results so far. And that was left high in the zone, a bat flip, and this gets past the outfielder. Rounding first, rounding second, going for 3, and he's got it. Gets a hold of that pitch high in the zone, and it's a leadoff triple for Maharashtra.
Again, especially with breaking pitches like that, you know that if you leave one up in the zone one too many times, they're definitely going to start getting a hold of that one. And that time he was able to get it right over the left fielder's head and just turned on the wheels and got all the way to third with no issues.
So another early runner in scoring position. Here's another look. Great swing there.
Indeed. If you notice, he actually had to step up in the box a little bit just to be able to try and get to that. But other than that, you can tell he's got the speed to be able to leg out anything on the field. So now that puts him in a great position to try to put another run across the board for Maharashtra.
Runner on third, nobody out, and the count is 1-1. Here's the pitch. Inside, but it catches the edge. That is strike 2. Really a borderline pitch. Well placed. And the 1-2 is low. Skips to the backstop.
And that one right there just allowed the runner to easily come home. So now we finally know it's 7-0.
It is 7-0. And with the bases empty, this is more contact, but ranging back for the catch is the second baseman, I believe. And that's out number 1.
And that right there is just having great range at second base. That one had to go down and get that one, but another great play by the defense there, and almost came out of his glove there, but he was able to hold on to it for the first out of the inning.
Here's one of my favorite baseball terms. I think you call that a snow cone.
Indeed. There's a bit of a saying that goes with that. If you get a snow cone, you got to lick it.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen someone actually do that, but maybe that should be an unofficial rule.
Not a bad
All right.
idea. I know I've had a few snow cones myself.
That's a slice of Americana there for you, especially on a hot day. I'm sure these guys could use some real snow cones. One out and one on. That is a ball. Excuse me, that's a strike. And that makes two strikes in a ball. Here's the 1-2. And it's over the head of the batter.
Just barely.
Evens the count. I see that Yankees hat in the background. And another hard hit ball. And a jumping catch attempt is unsuccessful. That ball is going to sneak over the wall. And the runner will take second base freely. That is a ground rule double.
Yeah, that one right there, it's one of the more dangerous plays, especially when you're in the outfield. You don't want to try and jump for the ball, especially if it's coming right at you, because it's more having to be able to land on the ground once you catch it and also be able to make the catch at the same time. But it's just one of those where it's a do or die kind of play. One out, you got to keep the runner from advancing. But it was just able to get right by him, and runner will take second easily after the ball goes out of play.
That should score the runner from third. Score is 8-0. And that's another stolen base. That ball hit high in the air. And the play made out in left center. That's out number 2.
It looked like it was about to turn into a Bermuda Triangle out there. We got three guys advancing on the ball, but nobody gets it. But luckily, the center fielder was able to come in time and get it.
That's right. And that is going to be a sac fly, I believe. Nice job making the catch. Two outs. Nobody on now. And that is pulled. Is it fair? It is. He will round the bases. That's a home run for Maharashtra. A solo shot extends their lead.
Well, as we were already talking about before, Ryan, if you had to find a difference between Punjab and Maharashtra, there really isn't one, because now Maharashtra has shown that they have the power to hit it out. And that is probably it's probably not the last home run we're going to see from them, but now it's just now we can finally see that, yep, both teams have had power, and it'll be interesting to see how they stack up against one another.
Absolutely. And a great job putting another run on the board despite there being nobody on base and two outs. There's really only one way to do that, and that's hit it out the park. 9-0 Maharashtra in the lead. That's a strike to even the count. We've seen two teams assert their excellence so far in Maharashtra and Punjab. And this is in the outfield, chased down by the center fielder. The throw is going to hold the runner at second base. So a bases empty double will keep the inning going.
And that one right there, a really good job taking the ball the opposite way. And it looked like he was going to try and take third there, but he definitely had to hold up because next thing you know, the ball was in front of him at third base. So he had to hurry back into second. So he didn't end the inning right there.
Maharashtra, a single away from their 10th run. Pitch is high. And a throw to third. Runner going for third. And judging from the speed of the pitch and the throw, I'd imagine he got there safely.
Yeah, that'd be their most ideal scenario for Maharashtra because now they're already well ahead and looking to try and keep on adding.
And smoked into left field, past the outfielder. And the speed on display again. He wanted third base, but I think he knows better. He's going to take second. That's a double, and that's another run. 10-0 Maharashtra in a commanding lead.
And then right there, they're just putting the defense back on their heels at this point because that's another long ball put right at a fielder and just blows right by him. So now it's finally a double-digit lead for Maharashtra, and it's only the top of the second inning.
Himachal Pradesh struggling to get that third and final out. None of these guys in the Maharashtra lineup have been easy to retire. Runner does take third, and the ball is grounded to second. The throw is in time. The inning is over. Maharashtra able to put plenty of runs on the board. It's 11-0. But this is another nice defensive play at second base to stop the bleeding. We've seen a few nice plays from second base in this game.
Especially from both teams, but I don't think we'll be done seeing more of that as well. So now we're finally going into the bottom of the second inning. Maharashtra up 10-0. More pitching on display coming up.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. It is the bottom of the second in this matchup between Maharashtra and Himachal Pradesh. Maharashtra has taken control of this game. 10-0 is the score. Himachal Pradesh looking for their first run here. And the count is 0-1. We saw an excellent showing from Maharashtra starting pitcher in the first inning. And he's yet again showing really nice command of the ball, able to get the breaking ball to drop below the zone and get another strike. Oh and 2. On its way, swung at and pushed to the opposite field and foul.
Yeah, that one right there, you're just trying to fight with 2 strikes at this point, especially with how Maharashtra's pitching has been so far. You know you're not going to get another chance at that again. You got to make the most of every opportunity you can get, especially if the ball's that close to the zone.
One, 2 is swung at and missed, and that's a strikeout. Great stuff from this Maharashtra pitcher. Out number 1 here in the bottom second inning.
Well, looks like we're going to have a bit of a pitching change in the middle of an inning now. So now we'll
That's
be
right.
bringing on a lefty.
So Maharashtra showing the depth of their bullpen. They have multiple guys who can throw it with the right hand and multiple guys who can throw it with the left. And we'll get to see a new look here on the mound. It is a right-handed batter coming up to the plate. And he will take a strike down the middle. This looks like a really complete Maharashtra team. They have played a pretty much flawless game on both ends. And that's a swing and a miss. Oh, 2 strikeout. High and inside, jammed him, and he couldn't even get the bat on the ball. Excellent placement from Maharashtra's pitching. And he has retired the first 2 batters of the frame in order. He'll face another right-hander, and it's a swing and a miss. Next pitch. Just low. Says there's 22 people watching the stream now. We appreciate each and every one of you for participating in this celebration of the game of baseball and the celebration of all the incredible baseball talent in this country. Maharashtra is dominating right now on top of Himachal Pradesh. And the count is even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the second. And he goes fishing for it. That is the third strike and the third out. Maharashtra putting on a pitching clinic. And we are through 2 innings. Maharashtra, the only team to score. It's 10-0 as we head to inning number 3. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Inning number 3 coming your way. Maharashtra on top of Himachal Pradesh, 10-0. And they have a chance to put their opponent away as they go up to bat for a third time. Eli, if I might ask, what have you seen so far from this Maharashtra team? I mean, they're doing everything on the field right now, but what's impressed you the most?
Probably the one thing that I've seen that's really been stood out is the pitching by far. They've just been able to put down hitter after hitter, whether it be with fastball or off speed, just being able to put the ball anywhere that they want in the zone. And that's really helped them out a lot to be able to allow them to be back in the dugout and keep the defense, keep their bats fresh, I should say, and then also be able to keep racking up runs every single inning.
I think you and I are seeing the exact same thing. It's been an end-to-end masterclass from this team. Batter chops that one to first base, and a race to first is won by the first baseman, out number 1. So I think it's huge for the Himachal Pradesh team to get early and easy outs like that. If they're able to do that again here, they're looking at potentially a much quicker inning than they've been able to get in the first 2 innings.
Indeed, and not only that, they also have a pitching change now, so hopefully they'll be able to try and get some more outs easily. I mean, they already have one to start out this inning, but now looking to try and keep the momentum going.
Batter digs in. It is a new pitcher for Himachal Pradesh, and he is pumping it a little bit more, throwing just a bit harder. Not able to find the zone on that pitch. That one in the dirt and skips past the catcher.
I'm getting a little antsy now, especially on the pitching side for Himachal Pradesh, but the biggest thing is just being able to get back into the zone and force the ground balls like that.
And some action at shortstop. That grounder eats him up, and the throw is offline.
That
That
one,
is
that one right there is just a hard ground ball, but being able to at least recover a little bit and try and get over to first. But the speed of Maharashtra is just too fast to try and make up for that mistake.
a runner on for Maharashtra, the hometown team hosting this tournament in the city of Amravati. It's another stolen base. This team has been very aggressive on the base path so far. A ball, a strike, and an out. And here's the pitch. It's outside. Catcher lunges for it, can't grab it. Retrieves the ball, but can't stop the runner from advancing to third. It is now 2 balls and a strike. That pitch high. And that's ball number 3. And we'll have a quick infield meeting. Either that or we may have a player shaken up. Pitcher having his arm around the catcher right now.
Yeah, I think this should hopefully be more of a pep talk. Just the catcher trying to calm down the pitcher because he's been a little bit wild the past couple of pitches. Just get right back into the zone, go after this guy, and we'll get some more outs.
That pitch is high, above the zone, and it is ball 4. Runners now at the corners. Top of the third action. Oh, that's a double steal, I believe, before the pitcher even released the ball. Oh,
Actually, I
it was a
believe that
pickoff
time he
attempt.
tried to pick over to third. That just allows the runner to second, and now 2 runners in scoring position.
Exactly. That was heads up base running from the guy over at first base. First pitch of this at bat is a ball. Next pitch, skied in the air. Hit to the left side, and a diving catch. Stumbling, falling to the ground. I believe it found his glove, and that's out number 2. Good adjustment, making sure he corralled that ball.
Indeed, and it was a good pitch to try and go after right there, but that one he just got too much under, and it was just a matter of who was going to catch it in the outfield. And we already got 2 runners on, but a great job by the shortstop to be able to slide under and get it. So now finally 2 down in the inning to try and get out of here with no runs given up so far.
Definitely a big spot for the Himachal Pradesh defense. They gave up a pair of 5-run innings. Well, actually a 6-run inning and a 4-run inning And that's a pop-up. And it is run down in left center field. Himachal Pradesh has kept Maharashtra off the board in inning number 3 with some sound defense. And the score remains 10-0. Maharashtra still in the lead. Welcome back, everybody, to the DDA live stream. It's a 10-0 ball game here with Maharashtra on top, and they look to try to close the door here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Himachal Pradesh had a valiant defensive effort keeping Maharashtra off the board, but now they look to cut into this steep deficit. First pitch is taken high. And it's the same pitcher that entered the game last inning, number 27, a lefty. Not only does he have a nice throwing motion, but I got to say, he's got all the pitcher mannerisms down pat, licking the fingers, getting his hand ready to throw that ball.
Indeed. It's always good to see someone be able to just work on getting their mechanics and precision you can out of it.
You can tell a lot of these guys on Maharashtra have studied and watched a lot of baseball because they look confident on the mound, they look confident at the plate, and in this new age of player development in India for the sport of baseball, I think we're going to see a lot more players with multiple skills and players that look confident on the field like this. A grounder to first. Well, the play is made at first, and that's out number 1.
And that right there, a great pitch to go with on 2 strikes. Manages to get him to roll over on that over to the third baseman. Comes up and makes the play on that for the easy throw over to first. And that will be a quick first out here for Maharashtra in the bottom of the 3rd.
Good defense at 3rd. Now the second batter digs in. The 1-0 swung at and missed. A big hack taken by the batter. He wanted all of it.
That one right there is just something you don't want to overswing at, but a great job to get him back in after a 1-0, and now he's back up 1-2.
Great pitch. And you can see the arm side movement that he's got. He really knows how to just put that subtle break on the baseball away from the batter. Really important if you're a lefty pitcher. And he's able to get the punch out there.
Indeed. It's always one of the big lefty trademarks you'll see. Lefties always have a lot of arm side movement, especially on their two-seam, sometimes four-seam fastballs. But if it's a two-seam, that can run so much and really play tricks with the hitter's eyes.
Yeah, it's got to be one of my favorite pitches, the two-seamer. Even though I think we've kind of seen the usage in MLB at least really go down over the years. The sinker has really taken over as the primary early in the count pitch. Four-seamers will never die, but even four-seamers have gone down. It's really been a lot more about sinkers, splitters, and a lot of glove side break pitches like the slider, the slurve, the sweeper. I'm really interested to see how some of these pitchers develop and what types of pitches they're able to add to their arsenal. They already have quite a bit in their toolbox, and they've been able to put it on display against Himachal Pradesh. 2 outs, but currently the count is 2-0. That's a curveball.
And he tried to go 2 on curveball on that, but that one just missed inside there. So now you definitely know he's going to have to come back into the zone on a 3-1 count.
And he does, and he gets the swing and miss. He threw it in the zone, but it had just enough break to fool the hitter into thinking it was going to go to a spot that it did not go. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. That's strike 3 and the end of the inning. Another great inning put up by a Maharashtra pitcher. And that's the end of this ball game. Maharashtra cruises to victory, shutting out Himachal Pradesh in their opening game of this national championship tournament. They look like one of the best teams in the country. I don't know how you can watch them play and think anything else. They did everything out there.
Indeed. You talk about pitching, hitting, defense. Maharashtra has done everything right today, and this is one of the teams that we expect to go very far in this national tournament.
The handshake line after a successful outing from Maharashtra. They look ahead to their second game of the tournament. And game number 2 of the DDA live stream now in the books. The next game that we will bring to you Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the DDA live stream. We are off and running without a hitch, thankfully. The weather has allowed us to get 2 games in, and we are going for a 3-for-3 start. It's Maharashtra taking on Manipur. Welcome back to game number 3 of the Senior National Baseball Championship. It's been a pleasure bringing this to you so far. We're only getting started here in the first technical day of the tournament, even though yesterday was supposed to be day 1. It has been a successful start so far, especially for the winning teams. Maharashtra with a 10-0 win in game 2. And then in our opener, it was Punjab taking a victory. Now we'll get to see Maharashtra taking the field again in a second straight game, but we will see a new opponent. It's Manipur, looking to dethrone a team that looked really, really good out of the gates in game number 2. We'll see if this is more of an even matchup. Once again, I'm Ryan Oppenheimer. Pleasure to be with you today, and with my color man here, Piyush Nathani, coming at you from Mumbai. Me personally, I'm over on the west coast of the United States. Portland, Oregon is where I call home. But we're all coming together today for just an awesome day for the sport of baseball in the country of India. Everyone around the globe just uniting over their love of this sport. And it's been a blast so far. Piyush, how you doing, man?
Thank you so much, Ryan. Good afternoon to everyone from Mumbai. Um, and an interesting tournament so far. Well, two one-sided games, hoping for a closer contest this one compared to the previous two, so that we can have an interesting outcome. Thank you so much for asking. I'm doing good. How are you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing good. Uh, Trying to conserve my energy here, conserve my voice. Uh, it's a long night of baseball, but you know, not many things I'd rather be spending a long night doing. It is
Not not just a long night, but a long tournament ahead as well, Ryan.
absolutely, yeah. I'm still getting used to this system, this format, but really, it's been a blast so far. And right now, we get to see the Manipur team warming up, and they are wearing highlighter yellow uniforms with black pants. Their hats appear to be bright yellow as well. And it's going to be an interesting matchup. Bright yellow on bright orange. What have you seen so far in this tournament, Piyush? We had the chance to call the first game, uh, and now we get the chance to call game number 3 together. But so far, we've seen 2 strong showings from both Maharashtra and Punjab. Uh, what do you think so far about maybe predictions for the rest of the tournament?
Well, I think the one-sided games show that who are really at the top. Punjab showing their power and Maharashtra showing their pace. All of them very quick to get those runs in, moving from base to base in a blink of an eye. As we see once again, Maharashtra first up in the first innings.
And the first pitch for Manipur is going to hit the batter. It's not the way you want to start a game. I believe it hit him square on the top of the helmet.
That could have been a bit nasty there.
Yeah. He's still at bat. I think he may have dodged that pitch. I think he may have ducked just under it. A nice move there. He's probably kind of wishing it hit him in the helmet there. But the at-bat does go on. Next pitch, high and away, swing and a miss. That was nowhere near the zone, but he chose to swing at it. And swinging away again. It is out of play. That should be the second strike. Still at 1 ball. Leadoff batter from Maharashtra did some damage in the last game. We saw him speeding around the base paths. He's able to make contact here, and it sneaks into the outfield all the way to the wall. And he will hold up at second. Showing off the speed yet again. He is one of the quicker players in this entire tournament. And a good start for Maharashtra and their offense.
Yeah, really nice. After a couple of strikes, something to follow up for him. Very quick to get onto the second base.
So they'll bring their second hitter to the plate. He takes a ball for the first pitch. And we saw Maharashtra really take off on the base paths at pretty much any chance they got. That ball sneaks away from the catcher, and the runner should take third base pretty easily. And here's the pitch. Chopped off the glove of the pitcher. Diving is the second baseman. He can't get it. It goes all the way into center field. He fumbles the ball. And he's able to get the throw in just in time for the runner to hold up at second. That scores a run. It's 1-0 Maharashtra.
Yeah, a lot of fumbles in the previous two pitches. First, the catcher himself, and then now down the lines, down the center, a couple of fumbles, and then fumble even in the deep, allowing them to complete that first run.
That's one of the more underrated parts of the game. Defense is hard to play, and we see another defensive mistake made by Manipur. That time the catcher trying to nail the runner stealing third, and the throw sailed over the third baseman's head into the outfield, and the runner will steal not only third but also home. So the throwing error plates another run. It's 2-0 Maharashtra, and they are a perfect 12-0 in their first two games so far.
Once again, taking advantage of the pace that they have. All of them very agile and quick.
And not only quick, but they're just always alert, always understanding of the game situation, the count, the number of strikes, and I would say opportunistic base running. And that ball is obliterated. Just sent deep into the sky. I couldn't even keep track of it. That is long gone. And Maharashtra keeping their foot on the gas. A slow trot around the bases. And it is a 3-0 start.
Yeah, a wonderful strike, that pure technique not using that much of power, but still somehow finding to clear the fences for the home run.
Yeah, and you don't have to have crazy strength to hit it out of the park as long as you have good bat placement, good eye, good plate vision, and if you're able to get the heaviest part of the bat to make contact with the ball, it's going to go a long way. High and away. A righty on lefty at bat. And it looked like that might have caught the outside edge. No, it was just outside for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. Bases empty, no outs, swing and a miss, and the count is full. Batter has to duck his head away from that pitch, and that is a good take for ball 4. A free base for Maharashtra, and Manipur still yet to record an out.
Yeah, the pitcher struggling there as a change in the batting style from right-hander to the left-hander, always struggling the pitcher to get things back in line in his radar.
First pitch is a ball, next pitch is a ball. 2-0. And very far inside. Struggling to find the zone. And he's just going to have to throw it over the plate here. He does get it over the plate, and he's able to get a pop-up. It lands just past the infield on the ground. They were not able to make the catch, and the throw is also offline. Runner is able to advance from first to second. And we now have 2 runners aboard. Looks like he lost it in the sun, the shortstop. Either the
Looks
sun
like
or
a
the
long,
clouds. Either way, it's
it
a
looks
bright
like a long
sky.
game for Manipur.
Long first inning for sure. And just like that, they put on the double steal. Runner on second goes to third. Runner on first goes to second. And he gets a hold of that, puts it into the left center gap. Center fielder will make the throw, cut off at second base, and that's a single, plating at least a run, I would imagine 2. That is 2 runs, so it's 5-0 Maharashtra. Manipur still yet to record an out. So far, it's been clear where the top players are. A lot of them seem to reside in the state of Maharashtra, one of the most populated states in the country.
And also the home side in the tournament.
Playing in the friendly confines of their home state. And that's a dribbler all the way to the outfield wall. It gets lost in the bushes. Center fielder picks it up. And the runner will take third base. And a run does score. So it's a triple that plates a run. And it has been nothing but dominance from Maharashtra. We'll see how long it takes for Manipur to record an out, let alone end the frame. Maharashtra approaching batting around their entire order. And it looks like they're bound to, considering they haven't even made an out. Pitch on its way, swung at, skied into shallow shortstop, and looks to be a bit of a rundown situation. That is an out. So the shortstop is able to catch the pop fly.
Not easy, those catches. It went a long way up.
It sure
Nicely
did.
done in the end.
Yeah, it looked like the runner at third was like maybe teasing maybe that he would try to tag up and take home, but he ended up staying in his spot. Six nothing the score. Finally an out on the board, but a single should plate another run for Maharashtra. Here's another pitch. And it's swung at and hit into left field. Left fielder coming on for the play. The throw not cut off. And now we do have a rundown from second and third, but the throw gets away from the defense. The runner will take off for home, and the throw in time. A play at the plate. And that's out number 2. A chaotic play ends in maybe the first mistake we've seen from Maharashtra all day in the 2 games they've played. A little bit over-aggressive on the base paths. They've been taking extra bases anytime they can, but that time it comes back to bite him. He was smiling after that, knowing he made the wrong decision. That actually is out number 3. 7-0. An entertaining end to that top of the first. We'll head to the top of the second after this on the DDA streaming network. You're listening to the Senior National Baseball Championship.
Yep, a very good recovery in the end, leading by 6 Maharashtra without a single out, but scoring only 7. It would have been very sorry for Manipur had it not been for that comeback.
You know, only 7, just a light 7 runs on the board. Yeah, this team's really good. It's been a pleasure to watch them play, for sure. I just got to say, you know, I'm sounding like a broken record here, but I'm having a blast here bringing this tournament to you all. 20 watching now, and, you know, I'm sure there will be more of you coming into the stream as time goes on. But just a great celebration of the sport of baseball. And, you know, I'm sure there's a mixture of viewers here. Some of them, maybe they've watched past DDA streams. Some of them might be seasoned baseball fans. And, you know, for a lot of you, it might also be your first time watching the game. We hope that no matter how much baseball you've watched in your life, that you're enjoying the action today.
Definitely, there will be a lot of first timers as the players, families, and friends must be enjoying trying to watch their people play.
Yeah, and these guys are clearly having fun out there, but it's also a competitive sport. You know, these guys are chasing their dreams, maybe making sacrifices for the chance to make it as a professional baseball player. And, you know, India is still developing in terms of having a professional baseball scene, but DDA is an organization that's really hoping to grow that side of things with their training program. There's at least 2,000 players currently that train with DDA, and that number should only grow with time. As the bottom of the first inning is underway, Manipur up to bat. And the same pitcher who closed out Maharashtra's first win is starting off this second game. Obviously, didn't have to throw that many pitches in the
We will
first
be
game.
hoping for the same.
Here we go. Next pitch on its way from the lefty. Looked like a curveball that was hit foul. Next pitch is skipped in the dirt. Nice shot there of the pitcher and the batter side to side. I like that. Got to give props to the camera work, production work. I'm a real nerd when it comes to that stuff. But Maharashtra able to record out number one. And the first pitch of the next at bat is a ball high and away. Edge of the zone and just outside. And that skips away from the catcher. 3 balls, no strikes. So number 27, after really coming out strong in the first game, maybe losing a bit of command here.
They must be really wanting him only to be pitching on every single game as he is a left hander, which is really a struggle for the opposition side because you don't have those many left handed pitchers.
He is able to jam the batter for strike one. Here's the 3-1. In there, strike two, full count. He really thought he was going to be taking first base there. He's going to have to come back. Three one. Excuse me. The payoff pitch is taken for strike three. So that is Another out. So great job by number 27 there, falling behind 3-0 and then battling back in the at-bat, pitching backwards, if you will, for the strikeout. And we'll see if he can strike out the side. He's been able to do it twice. And that'll
He's
happen.
really,
You could
he's
be
really back in the zone now.
Sorry, Piyush. No, there's a bit of a delay that gets in the way of things here, but no, I'll let you go. Say your piece.
I was just trying to say that he's back in the zone after the first few pitches, which he missed out on. He's really in the flow now, like consecutive fifth strike right now.
Getting back in the groove. And is that another strike? I think it is. It's just low. So it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. And that ends the frame. Maharashtra, another strong pitching performance. It looked like he might have gotten himself into trouble with some unfavorable counts, but then he battles right back and strikes out the side. Maharashtra, with some talented pitchers on their roster, has still shut out both of their opponents. 7-0 Maharashtra on top after 1. We will head to the second inning after this short break on the DDA live stream.
We are back here for the second innings.
Indeed. Same pitcher out there for Manipur after giving up 7 runs in the first. And more hard contact on the ground from that Maharashtra leadoff hitter. He's continuing to wreak havoc all over the field. And he is aboard yet again. So Maharashtra not quite able to bat around. They do get all 9 players up to bat, but they aren't able to actually turn over the lineup in the first inning. But they start over fresh in the second with another leadoff hit. And an early 2-0 count. A swing and a chopper around third base, but the throw off line, it sneaks into foul territory, and number 13 will take base number 2. And the runner scores from second, so That is an 8th run for Maharashtra.
Once again, taking the advantage of the opposition mistakes.
Manipur has been very sloppy on defense so far. Step one here for them would just be finding the strike zone a little bit more consistently. But Maharashtra's really been able to hit the ball hard, even when it's a ground ball. Almost all of these players are hard hit grounders. That's a foul ball to the left side. No balls and 2 strikes. And here's the pitch. Swung at, and he got a hold of it. It's into the gap in left center. It bounces behind the trees and over the wall for a ground rule double. And there was a runner on second, so that should be another run scored. 2 free bases for everybody, and it's 9-0. When it rains, it pours for the Maharashtra baseball team. It's been raining so far, both in the sky and in the score column for this team. Runner takes third base. And the 1-0 pitch is low. Now 2-0. Shout out to Maharashtra for putting that Diamond Dreams Academy patch on the back of their jerseys. They know what's up. Three-0 pitch is grounded to second base, and a play made on the ground, and he got him. Man, Manipur has had their share of defensive struggles, but that was a web gem. You know, the defense has been made even harder by the bumpy conditions of the infield. That ball took an unexpected bounce, but the second baseman was able to adjust, put his glove up there, get the ball, and make the throw, all while lying on the ground. Made that look a whole lot easier than it was. And that's a routine ground out for another man retired. That is out number 2. He can't believe it. The Manipur defense really stepping up here. High in the zone. That pitch is hit hard. And if it's fair, it's gone. It is not fair. Ah, man, he really thought he had that one. I thought he did. But he's going to have to pick up the bat. Swinging for the fences yet again. Another pitch high in the zone, hit high in the air, and into the glove of the third baseman to end the frame. So Manipur, for the most part, averts disaster. They only allow 3 runs in the frame, and they close out the inning with some strong defensive plays. It is still all Maharashtra so far, but a little bit more fight shown from the Manipur side. And heading into the bottom of the second inning, it's 10-0. We'll be back after this short break.
As we can see the highlights there of the second innings of Maharashtra.
Certainly a lot of highlights so far for the team in orange and blue on both ends. They've done it with the speed, they've done it with the power, they've done it with the pitching. What more could you ask for? And we get set for the bottom second. It appears we have a new pitcher on the mound for Maharashtra. It's number 9. We've seen a righty, we've seen a lefty, and they go back to the right-handed pitcher. And seeing the handedness switch from inning to inning is one of the hardest things as a batter, constantly keeping you on your toes.
Yeah, a good opportunity here for Maharashtra to allow other pitchers as well, as they have this huge advantage. So now they can give some game time to other pitchers as well.
Number 1 for Manipur. I believe that's the pitcher taking an at-bat here, able to fight a pitch off. And the count 1-1, inside swing and a miss. He wanted all of that pitch, but would have been better off taking it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Interesting stance from the pitcher. And he's going to take a hack at it, foul. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. Another pitch, slow windup. The delivery is in the zone, swing and a miss, strike 3. Maharashtra sits down the first batter. Strong impression made by the new pitcher. Batter swings and misses at the first pitch. One away, nobody on. Manipur trying to cut into a 10-run deficit. That pitch is way outside, way inside, outside the zone for sure. And losing control. A lot of these pitches are running far inside. We'll see if he can make an adjustment here. And that ball is tipped by the bat for strike 2. The count is 3-2. Payoff pitch on its way. Swung at, chopped, back to the pitcher, throw to first in time for out number 2.
Excellent work there. Once again, we see them being cool, calm, and composed. On the other hand, Manipur, they were really struggling to get these outs. There was a sense of panic in them, but Maharashtra doing a very professional job so far.
Looking very sure of themselves on the defensive end. So far, Maharashtra, they've really just carried themselves with an aura of confidence. Their delivery is low and inside. One ball, one strike, 2 outs. And make that 2 balls. We saw some of the more talented arms from Maharashtra take the field already. Getting into their bullpen now. Two balls and a strike. And that looks like another swing and miss. And that's a strikeout. That was strike 3. So far from the Maharashtra pitcher, in relief, he hasn't been the most in control. He's had a lot of pitches go way inside, but at the end of the day, he's still able to finish off these at-bats with good pitches. When he needs to throw a pitch in the zone, he's able to get it there, and it's yielded good results. No balls, 1 strike, and that one's taken. Oh, I think it hit him. It definitely hit him. And the wildness of the Maharashtra pitcher leads to a free base for Manipur. And it looks like they might be making a pitching change. There's a new guy standing in the circle. Looks like number 9 will remain there, though. Two outs and a runner on. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball outside got him fishing. Great pitch there. That ball gets all the way to the backstop. And another big hack and another miss. These Manipur hitters are struggling to get the bat on the ball. Another breaking pitch is missed. It's a strike, but stealing second is the Manipur base runner from first. He's able to get there, but he is shaken up afterwards. Here's the instant replay of it. He is able to get to second, but he stumbles on his way there. And he's going to have to be pinch ran for. Now, I'm not sure what they ruled because there is a chance that his foot may have left the bag for a tad. And the second baseman was there to make the tag. Yeah, he's called out. I'm not sure if that's the right call. I mean, the base definitely moved with him when he slid into it. I'm not really sure what the call is there. It didn't look definitive that his foot left the bag, but just an unfortunate play for Manipur. They get a player injured and they get an out. What'd you see on that play, Piyush? I'm not sure if you agree with me on the call.
I definitely agree with you on the call. I mean, he was definitely in. It looked clear, but maybe he's taken a hit and that's the reason he's gone off play. We
Yeah,
will
absolutely.
wait and see.
I would have expected, though, for another runner to replace him. But it appears they're just ruling him out. And these Maharashtra pitchers are just pumping strikes. That is the third out of the inning. So Manipur nearly got a runner in scoring position, but just the play did not go their way. And they will end the second inning.
They will end the game as well.
Yeah, it appears so. They're going to end this game at 2. First 2 games here went to 3 innings, but this one ends early. Maharashtra puts a 7 spot on the board in the first and then 3 more in the second. And so far, they have looked like the best team in the tournament by far. They have won their first 2 games in shutout fashion. 10-0 the final score. Maharashtra on top of Manipur. And 3 lopsided finishes to start this tournament.
Never easy playing back-to-back games, and in both the games showing the quality that they have.
Yes, they handled the back-to-back well.
Definitely top runners, a big shout to win this tournament, Maharashtra.
We have received notice that the next matchup will be between Punjab and Uttarakhand. So we will get another chance to see Punjab. They will play their second game of the day. But so far, so good for Maharashtra as they cruise to their second victory. Punjab looking for the same thing after this break. Looks like both teams have already taken the field, ready to go for game number 4 of this tournament. Thank you for tuning in so far. A lot of baseball coming your way over these next few days. You are watching the 38th Annual Senior National Baseball Championship in Amravati, Maharashtra on the DDA streaming network. Game number 4 coming your way after this. All right, it looks like we're about ready to go for game number 4 of the men's division in this Senior National Baseball Championship. It's the second game of the day for Punjab. They take on Uttarakhand. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes,
Uttarakhand.
you are right, Ryan.
Thank you. I'm with my good friend Piyush Nathani here. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer, and the baseball keeps coming here in Amravati. Getting started here. Looks like we've got the crowd audio going now. That's a nice little touch. As we get going here, Punjab takes the field for a second time after a 13-1 victory in the opener of this tournament. And we'll see what we have here in this Uttarakhand team. Our first look at them. Wearing some flashy black jerseys with some yellow trim. Really interesting design on those. And first pitch from the Punjab pitcher is in there for a strike.
Wonderful straight up. The first pitch, straight away a strike. Punjab, the real contenders in this tournament. A lot of firepower in their squad. And that's the second strike. Straight away, Uttarakhand under pressure.
Yeah, I really like these uniforms for Uttarakhand.
And that's a swing and a miss. And he's out. That's the first one gone. A good bright start once again for Punjab.
That was a high pitch on the top edge of the strike zone. May have been out of the zone, but managed to get the chase anyway. Good start from the Punjab pitcher.
Right on the money straight away. That's given as the first strike. It looks slightly outside the zone, but the umpire calls it otherwise. finally the first connection, but not able to get the middle of that one.
I'm loving the energy from this crowd. It's our first time being able to hear that in my headphones here, and the first time being able to have that audio go over the broadcast. And there's a lot of energy here at this ballpark.
Yep. Along with the energy, there is a lot of sledging also going around between the two sides. Too high on that one. Way outside the zone.
It's a good defensive swing right there. Just fighting it off. You can't quite tell if that's going to land in the zone or not. So best thing to do there is just get your bat on the ball and live to see another pitch. And the chants coming from the crowd, it's infectious. I'm getting even more excited about this game. You know, it's kind of reminds me of, you know, if you go to a softball game in the States, especially a college softball game, the entire crowd is chanting. Same with the dugout, especially the dugout. They always have these super loud chants going on in unison, and it just makes for just like an unforgettable experience. And it's nice to see so much enthusiasm about the game.
Good to see Uttarakhand also having the name of the players on the back.
A nice touch as well.
Good connected, but way short of the line. And that will be the first one out for Uttarakhand.
That was
the second one.
That was a really long at bat, and I honestly was not sure which way it was going to go. I really like the stuff from the Punjab pitcher so far. He has shown some velocity and some control. A really good fight from the batter there. Couldn't quite get the barrel on the baseball, and it ends in a soft grounder, but really good job from the batter there, forcing him to throw a lot of pitches in that at-bat.
Missed out there, you would say. Kandari. A big heave, but not getting the proper connection.
Yeah, a lot of these Uttarakhand batters are really fighting in the box, and they might not have been able to make strong contact, at least not yet, but they're not going down without a fight. Another foul ball. Sensing a trend here.
Once again swings, does not get the middle of it. Finding the thick edge of the bat.
Yet again, these batters are working the pitch count up.
And that is the third one out. That will be the end of the innings for Uttarakhand with nothing on the board. Excellent pitching. Good stuff this by Punjab. Giving nothing away at all.
That's right. The defense really made the pitcher look good on that play. Just a smooth play at third base and the throw right on the money. First baseman didn't even have to lunge. It was just right there with plenty of time to spare. And we've talked a lot about the power on this Punjab offense, but I think it's really the defense that makes this team as dominant as it is, as they're able to complement the home runs with scoreless innings on the other side. Now we get our first look at this explosive Punjab offense against this new pitching staff. And judging from that warm-up throw, this guy can really throw some heat. Question is, can he find the zone?
This is what we want to watch. Punjab starting the first innings, the power hitters. They hit a couple of home runs earlier on. Will they be able to manage to replicate that? We will wait and see.
I think this is going to be a little bit more of a tougher pitching matchup for them. Uttarakhand clearly has some talent. They weren't able to put any runs on the board on offense, but they look pretty competent at the plate. And they've got a flamethrower right now on the mound.
Straight away, a very good connection on the left side of the field. Reaches the first base, and loud cheers in the crowd in the Punjab dugout.
Well, first of all, an excellent swing from that hitter, pushing that right in the gap between the shortstop and the third baseman. But man, I gotta say, with the condition of the grass in left field and that bump like halfway through the outfield causes some really irregular bounces. I gotta say, those outfielders do not have an easy job, especially when you're facing guys that can hit it this hard.
I totally agree with you, Ryan. the Punjab pitcher who has come in to be the batter now. He did excellent job while pitching. Now can he do something with his bat?
He's ahead in the count. Gives him a little bit more options at the plate.
बोलो मेरी चार्जर नहीं लाया पावर बैंक लाया मेरे पास है चाहिए क्या ये क्या हुआ भाई लोग
There's a bit of a stoppage here.
काट दिया क्या लोगों को कुछ
The batter is having a word with the umpire. He's near the dugout, maybe talking to some teammates as well. Hard to figure out what's going on. Play looks like it'll resume, though.
That's the first strike.
That's going to be huge for these Uttarakhand pitchers. Throwing early strikes. It's important to get to that 2-strike count as soon as possible. Smoked.
Excellent connection there at the center of the field.
Seems like almost every ball that gets hit out to the outfield is finding the grass. There's a lot of space out there.
So they have a couple of base runners now. And a left-handed batter comes in.
I love that the Punjabi uniforms just say baseball on them. Like, yes, that is the sport we're playing.
The umpire warning the batter this time for some reason.
It's a fair ball, just inside the base.
And that will be the opening run for Punjab. And look at the celebrations there in the dugout. Wonderful to see that.
You can just see how much fun these guys have when they're out on the field. They play as a team. They operate as a single-celled organism. Everybody has that same goal. And everybody is locked in right now. Everybody finding success at the plate. And Punjabi has that first run across.
कट गया
This Punjab team seems to be able to connect at everything, whatever is thrown at them. Every single batter that comes in manages to get a good connection.
Oh, there's a lot of discussion out there going on right now. Down the third base line. It looks like the manager, I believe, for Uttarakhand is having a word with the ump. That's something you see a lot in the game of baseball. Managers causing a scene. You know, it's kind of their responsibility to stand up for their players, because if the player does it, they get ejected. You know, that's one less player that can step up for a team. The manager oftentimes will take on that responsibility. Just a long-standing tradition of the game. I'm not sure what his beef is,
I
but
think they were expecting a foul play as the ball went behind the line.
oh yes, that's the dispute. Yes, I think it was a bang bang play. I could not quite tell if it was fair. I was a bit surprised when it was ruled fair, but
The umpires thought that it hit the fielder and it went behind.
I think you're
It'll be
right.
interesting to see what will be the call right now.
Well, you know, normally, I mean, I would say that there's really no overturning the call, because typically during an amateur game there wouldn't be an instant replay. But now that I think about it, I mean, the game is being broadcasted. If the umps want to come over and look at the instant replay here on the broadcast, they could. And play is still stopped. I'm not sure if they're looking at overturning the call.
So it's been given as a run in the end. The umpires think it was fair, and the Punjab team will get that opening run of the game.
That is a fair argument to be made by the opposing manager there. But ultimately, I don't think there was any concrete evidence to overturn the call. Ultimately, sometimes it just comes down to a game of centimeters.
And here comes the big man who hit that home run earlier on in the game. He has a bit of swag about him.
Oh yeah, you could just see it in the way he walks, and you can tell he's got a lot of upper body strength as well. You can tell that he's put a lot of work in to be able to hit those homers. I think it's the sunglasses. I think the sunglasses really set the mood. Oh boy. Oh boy. That is absolutely obliterated. It's not a home run, but it will score some runs.
It's as if everyone in the dugout knew that he's going to connect it long. They were just all set to cheer on when he connected that.
It's just an effortless swing for him. He barely has to step into his swing. It doesn't look like he's exerting much effort. The ball just jumps off his bat.
Wonderful to see this kind of talent in the team.
That's just the type of talent that really gets the crowd going. It's impossible not to walk away from seeing that guy play and not be impressed.
So already 3 runs to the good Punjab. Once again, a dominating performance so far. We have seen 3 one-sided games, one-way traffics, and it looks like we are set for another one as well.
I think Uttara Khan just needs to get out of this inning, and I don't think we've seen the true ability of their offense. I do think they have a chance to get some runs on the board. They did face a really good inning from the Punjab pitcher, but once they're able to work his pitch count up, I think this could be a competitive game.
But before that, they need to keep it tight here, and that's the 4th run completed.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's going to be tough to stay in a game when your opponent is getting consistent contact like this.
It's very demoralizing for the pitcher as well. He starts to think that he's very easy to hit, does not get things in his way in the zone.
Yeah, pitching is such a mental battle. One of the hardest positions to really stay composed in, and really all of sports. You know, a lot of people say that hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do in all of sports. And that may be true, but pitching might be the hardest on your brain. I think hitting is the hardest thing to do physically, though.
There was a slip there, but good recovery by the player on the left side of the field.
Out now.
These guys are not letting their foot up the gas until the umpire calls the game. Doesn't matter what the score is, they're going to keep swinging.
They are really up for this tournament, aren't they? All of them just eager to step onto the field, come in, bat, swing at it, complete your run, and come back in the queue. Once again, a shout out to Diamond, to the DDA for this amazing initiative to promote the game of baseball in India.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really beautiful to see, and it's obvious how much talent exists in this country, and it's really exciting to see the sport of baseball
अरे जा रहे नहीं
tapping into different markets, and I think that could eventually result in an even more diverse scene of players in the MLB.
इतना ही है
The end goal here is to have more Indian players playing at the highest level of professional baseball, and I really do think that's possible.
It definitely is the most populated country in the world. So definitely there has to be some talent somewhere.
Yeah. And if you follow the MLB, you might know that, and if you live in India and you follow the MLB, you probably know the name Arjun Nimala. He is really a source of national pride at the moment, as
बॉलर लोग
he is, I think, the first player of Indian heritage to ever be selected in the first round of the MLB draft. He was selected by the Toronto Blue Jays. Still, I believe he's at the lower levels of the minor leagues, but with him being selected in the first round, he's one of their top prospects. He's got a lot of power. He plays shortstop, and uh, I think we could see him at the major leagues within a couple years. And it's been really cool to see that representation for the country of India. He's really proud of it, and he's also playing for probably the biggest market of Indians in the MLB in Toronto, Canada.
किधर हाँ इधर ही तो
And I think he has a chance to really, I guess, put India on the map when it comes to the sport.
They have
Oh
changed
man, a
the
lot of
kickoff.
obstacles out there near the wall. I don't know how they find the ball in there.
We definitely do need a few more baseball grounds, a better looking baseball ground for more practice as well, if we really want to make it big in the country.
Yeah, and I think that will come with time. It's something that DDA has in their future goals, and at the moment, their current resources are being put into building a ballpark. There's only one ballpark being built at the moment, but it's a historic moment for DDA and baseball in India for like a proper ballpark to be built with stands and like a proper outfield wall. That should prove to be a really nice venue for baseball games to be played. DDA plans to have that ready by, I think, October, and they'll debut it with a league called the DDA. Oh, man, I can't remember what it's called, but it's really exciting stuff that DDA has planned. Really fleshing out the player development scene in this country.
It will be good to see how do they build that infrastructure.
Yeah, this is only the beginning. And already it's clear that there are a lot of bright young talents. I imagine we'll be seeing a lot of these players from Punjab training with DDA, and a lot of them will probably be in the DDA developmental league, playing in that new ballpark.
नहीं हुआ bro.
Uttarakhand just lazing around there for a moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
Not
the ball snuck away. If there was an errant throw that got, maybe into the dugout or something or what. But looked like that base runner was able to just sneak to second base like nobody even really saw him. I mean, just take what the defense gives you. That's kind of what baseball is all about.
There was really no need to swing at that one, but he went for it and he somehow managed to connect that one as well.
Yeah, if you're going to swing at something like that, you better at least be able to foul it off.
Once again, he could have let it go, but the umpire is not happy with the pitcher here. It seems to be a long day for Uttarakhand as well. Punjab really enjoying themselves here. enjoying every bit of it.
Oh, is this a pickle? Oh, this is really good. I love this. Got caught in between the two
अरे
bases.
भाई लोग
And another rundown. Oh my goodness. Oh, he reached. And it's out of play. He's going to skate home. That was awesome. That's some stuff you would see in MLB The Show. I mean, I get a bunch of Instagram reels of people playing MLB The Show, and they're just like complete demons on the base paths, where it like they'll just like hit a little soft grounder, and then they'll just like manipulate the base paths and just manage to like steal home on like a bunt. It's crazy. But anyway, yeah, I'm not sure how Uttarakhand let that one happen. But that's another run for Punjab.
7 to the good now.
Nice scoop by the shortstop.
And that is the end of the innings for Punjab, scoring a mammoth 7 in the first innings.
Yeah, fantastic showing by Punjab. You know, I think if it wasn't for that double rundown play where they just kind of wasted an out, this inning could still be going right now. And who knows how many runs they would have been able to put up in the first, but 7 is still quite a crooked number. And so far, so good for Punjab, only allowing 1 run, and they have scored quite a few across the 2 games.
Do you see Uttarakhand getting back into this game, Ryan?
Man, I think that, you know, if they had just been able to limit them to just a few runs, maybe they would have had a shot. But man, 7-0 in the first is really hard to come back from. We've seen it happen. You know, anything is possible in this game. All it takes is a pitcher to lose confidence or a rally catching fire for the entire lineup. Those types of things happen in baseball. But so far, Punjab has really looked like a championship contender.
In the previous tournament, we had seen one of the games where one side was losing 9-0, and in the last innings, the opponent team scored 10 and won the game.
Oh, that's
You never-
amazing.
So you never know how would it turn
Never
out.
know.
And this time he swung at it, he's connected. And has that got long enough? Yes, it has.
Oh yeah, I think
Amazing
I think
swing.
it was good by a mile. You saw the outfielder; he just didn't even really bother jogging back. That's how you know he absolutely touched that ball. Maybe that's the spark that Uttarakhand needed.
Wonderful stuff by Bana. So that will be the opening run for Uttarakhand at last.
That is what you call a barrel. That might have been the hardest hit ball we've seen all day by anyone.
What a sweet connection that was.
One of the most satisfying feelings and one of the most satisfying sounds in all of sports. When someone connects like that, it's a beauty. Oh my. This one I think is maybe just under, not quite as far.
Got a bit more height on that one.
It still does the job. I believe,
It is given
is
as a
another
home
home
run.
run. Wow.
Yes, it is.
Back-to-back jacks. Man, this could be a game. I knew that Uttarakhand had some juice. I think they just needed something to go their way.
That is the
They were making
inspiration.
contact. They've been making contact all game, and oftentimes it's just been in foul territory or it's been right to an infielder. But now I think they're really starting to put their talent on display.
That is the inspiration that they were looking for. And all of a sudden, the score is 7-2.
We'll see how long they can keep this going. The women's team is loving it. We'll get to see them take the field later today. That's not the way to keep the rally going. That was a pitch to take all the way. He knows it.
Will that be taken? It's gone high up in the air. And it's taken quite safely. Bhanu will have to depart this time.
That's right. I think it was caught. Looked like it was curving into foul territory, but the right fielder was able to get under it. I gotta say, this has probably been the most entertaining game so far.
Definitely. Finally, we see both the sides scoring runs. Veeru comes in and he's wearing those football studs, surprisingly. Maybe to get a bit more of grip while running.
Oh, yeah. I mean, baseball players typically wear cleats. They're a little bit different from what you would see in football, but it ultimately helps you get traction when you're running the bases. I think that's the time that the spikes come in handy. Good pitch on the outside edge there from Punjab.
That's very unfortunate for him. Straight into the hand of the baseman, and
Yeah,
he will have to fall short.
sometimes you can do everything you need to do as a hitter, and it still results in an out. That time it was hit pretty hard up the line, but first baseman got a really good jump on it. I think a less experienced first baseman probably would have let that sneak past him, but good defense.
That is what Punjab do.
Oh, another one right at the first baseman.
And he's taken that very clinically. And after those first couple of home runs, they have managed to add nothing to the scoreboard.
Yeah. At least they got those first runs off the board and they did it in explosive fashion. So, still, a huge momentum boost for the Uttarakhand team. And they're going to look to continue that into the next inning. But first, they got to figure out how to keep the Punjab offense off the board.
As we can see it in the highlights there, those two lusty blows.
Yeah, these guys know what's up, man. When they make contact with the ball like that, they know exactly what to do with the bat. That's what you do in this sport. If you can hit a no-doubter like that, you have earned the right to celebrate.
There is a slight mistake in the graphic there. The score is 7-2 right now. We will get it fixed and updated for you as soon as possible.
It's going to be interesting to see what the Punjab offense is able to put together. I mean, they've been pretty flawless so far, but in this sport, all good things have to come to an end at some point. Eventually, you hit a lull, you hit a slump. The ball just doesn't go where you want it to go. But so far, that has not happened for them.
Straight away, the first strike. The batter not happy with the decision there.
They're going. Uttarakhand is going with their starter again, out there for a second frame.
Wonderfully played in the gap on the right side of the field. Gets to the first base quite comfortably.
Yeah, that would have been a tough play for the second baseman. Looked like he got his glove in the right spot, but wasn't able to stop the ball from rolling. And a wild pitch leads to the runner taking second. All right, there's an infield meeting here with the pitcher, the umpire. Looks like all is well. He will stay in the game.
And this time he connects. It's gone straight up in the air. He had an ample of time to get underneath that one. And it's very nicely done by Shubh.
Well, that's exactly what Uttarakhand needs. Just a favorable bounce off the bat. That time, the batter swung hard, and if he was just a bit on top of it, could have gone really, really far, but just a bit under, and it leads to the pop out.
This time it could have hit the batter. The base runner
It
trying to
might have.
sneak through, but do.
I think that's going to go down as a wild pitch. Batter probably would have taken off for first if it did hit him.
This time he's connected on the left side of the field.
That should score a run.
But it seems like the umpire had stopped play before the ball was pitched.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah, there is certainly quite a few stoppages so far in this game, for one reason or another.
A lot of dispute between the two sides as well. There is something in the dugout that the umpire is not happy about.
Yeah, it seems so. Unfortunately, the audio has cut out for us. Can't hear these conversations out on the field. I keep thinking there might be a pitching change, but number one, Suki is continuing to stay out there. and kind of faked me out there. They're going to keep on discussing something.
There is something that the umpire is not happy about in the Uttarakhand camp.
All right, play resumes at long last. Oh boy, knocks the helmet off. Can't be too happy about that.
That can be very dangerous for the batter.
Yeah. Sometimes pitchers just lose control.
And this can really be a task when there is a long stoppage in the game. They just miss out on the momentum that they have. And here comes the big man once again with those sunglasses. He's done it twice today already. Can he do it for the third time?
Yeah, he is certainly a standout performer so far in the little action we've seen.
Stealing a base there from the first to the second. And that is given as a strike.
Haven't these pitchers learned? I mean, I feel like it would be much better of a strategy to pitch this guy low, but they keep feeding him meatballs up in the zone. I mean, I feel like at this point he's hit 2 runs already. Just limit the fly balls at all cost. Even if he has to hit a oh my.
Once
Oh
again,
my.
in the arc.
Oof. Are you kidding me with this guy? Oh, he's got to stay at first. What is this? Why is he staying at first?
He did not quite get the whole of that one, just short of the home run. Missing it by inches.
Yeah, I suppose that should at least be a double. But I guess it wasn't pulled quite far enough. If he pulled it a little bit further to the left field foul pole, would have been a homer by a mile. But once you get into that left center field territory, it's a pretty long way. Surprised he wasn't able to at least stretch that into a double, but shouldn't be too much of a big deal.
He was left ball watching there for a second, hence the reason he could not get to the second base at that time.
Oh, is he
was
called
just
out?
ignoring it.
No, okay. He made it there safely. He probably could have made it to third, though, if he hustled a little bit more.
He's happy.
Yeah, this guy is nothing but pure entertainment I got to say. Is there? It looks like there's a pitching change. It took a while for Uttarakhand to go that route, but yeah, it looks like they've gone from number 1 to number 15.
Well, it was coming sooner rather than later.
Kandari, now the pitcher in the circle for Uttarakhand. All right, we shall see how long this rally goes. Wow, I was wondering how long I was going to have to wait to see a double play. There it is. Beautifully executed by the infield.
And the Big Show, the entertainer, is not happy with that because he almost completed his run there but couldn't get over the line.
Is that
And that
is
would
that
be,
his nickname now? I think we should just call him he's the entertainer from now on. That is his nickname. I hope he gets to watch this live stream at some point. But
I'm sure he will go back and have a look at those home runs.
I mean, who wouldn't?
As we can see it in the highlights there as well.
That was a fantastic double play turn by the infield. Just textbook defense there. And, they've had their share of struggles dealing with these hard hit balls, especially in the outfield. But I think that really showed their potential as an infield. I think all these guys have a lot of room to grow, but I really do think they'll realize that potential. They've really shown their ability in flashes today, even though they're down big. So we get set, I believe, for the start of the third inning here.
Final opportunity for Uttarakhand to get something, to stay in this game.
We saw them chip away at the deficit an inning ago. And for the most part, with the help of a double play, they were able to limit the offense of Punjab.
And that's the first one out straight away. Not getting the middle of it, went straight up in the air and nicely, safely taken. And more it is looking very sorry for Uttarakhand here now. But they have put on a fight here in this game.
They certainly have, and they have definitely been a tougher competition for Punjab than their first opponent in Assam.
This time a swing and a miss. Will be a strike.
Even if Uttarakhand isn't able to fully come back, I mean, it would be a tall ask to expect them to get all the way back here in the third. But even if they're just able to get a couple more runs on the board, that would be a success.
Look at the commitment there. They are trailing by 9-1, but still the commitment is 100%. Putting everything on the line, Negi.
Yeah, going 110% to the final out. Now, that is a bit of a dangerous play. You only see it in the most desperate of situations. You don't usually see a guy sliding into first. But occasionally that does happen. It is dangerous because of the position of the first baseman usually being not facing the batter. He's usually waiting for the throw. And his foot is just kind of on the bag. And it can be a bit of a dangerous collision when there's a guy sliding head first and either the runner gets his feet spiked or get his hands spiked, or the first baseman gets his feet swept up from under him. Either way, though, a runner on first.
And this time he connects, lands safely, and gets to the first base comfortably. Also, Negi moving on to the second base.
All right. Maybe some momentum now for the Uttarakhand offense. Still no outs in the inning, and they have a chance to do some damage.
One lusty blow can really get them very close to Punjab here. It can half the deficit.
All right, batters ahead in the count. Pitcher losing command a little bit here in this inning. I would look to swing away at this pitch. Looks like he did swing and he did miss. Manager coming out to calm him down. Oof. High heat. Good pitch to get back in the at-bat, and now he's one away from a strikeout.
He will want to just connect that one and try and make sure that he reaches the first base.
Man, the high fastball gets him again. And he misses out on a really good opportunity, up 2-0 in the count, and then takes 3 strikes in a row. Unfortunate momentum killer there for the offense.
Yep, the second one out for Uttarakhand. And now the man Bana comes in, who hit that first home run for them in the second innings. Can he replicate that? It's gone far, but is it long enough? Not quite. He's been held out in the deep on the center field, and that will be the end of the third innings for Uttarakhand.
I think that's going to end things. Another successful outing for Punjab. They were tested, allowing 2 straight homers. Looked like Uttarakhand would maybe be able to mount a comeback, but Punjab really put their foot down in the next inning and was able to limit the offense and close out the victory. Okay, there's still players out on the field, and we're only going off of our past experiences here. Every other game that's happened so far today has been either 2 or 3 innings. But looks like we are going to play on despite Punjab being up by 7 runs. It is 9-2. And they have a chance to extend their lead.
This time he connects, but will be into the foul area. All of them look very polished and well trained, the Punjabis.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone has a confident swing.
And that will be the first one out. It went straight into the hand of the baseman and couldn't quite make it to the first base. And that's the second one out as well. In back-to-back pitches.
All right. Uttarakhand making easy work of this third inning. Just trying to get out of this game quickly. At least get their offense back out on the field.
That one given as a ball, surprisingly. It looked inside the zone. This time a little too low. And finally the first strike. So the third ball allowing him to walk to the first base.
Well, if Punjab doesn't put together a 2-out rally there, looks like we're going to play on into inning number 4. As I believe they need 3 more runs to be able to win by the mercy rule.
Once again, the Uttarakhand camp not happy with the Punjab camp. A lot of fire between the two sides. And this time he connects.
I think he's under
Doing
that.
very high.
Bad bounce.
And he's completed the run somehow from the second base. He took that risk to complete that run. Had the
Well,
throw been better, short of that.
there's that 10th run across the board, and they're looking to extend that rally here with 2 outs, runner on third. They need 2 more runs.
Straight away, the new batter comes in, connects, but not the connection that he would have liked.
Man, still a lot of stoppages. We'll continue the at-bat now.
This time, the coach of the Punjab team getting involved. And he connects, but he will definitely fall short. But he's made it. He took a lot of time there, the outfielder.
Yeah, sometimes you just make weak enough contact that it just creates that slow dribbling ball in play,
And
and it gives you
also
just
there
enough
was
time to make.
And also with that, there was that 11th run, which confirmed the 10-run lead and ended the game. Punjab once again victorious.
That's right. Another dominant showing for Punjab. They were not able to get a shutout. They allowed 1 run in both of the games they played, and it was an explosive one off the bat of Uttarakhand going all the way over the wall. But outside from that, it was a very strong showing from Punjab on both ends. Their defense really limited a lot of the impact of some of the balls that Uttarakhand put in play. And then on offense, I mean, they did what they always do. They hit the ball hard.
Excellent display this once again by Punjab. Another victory by a huge margin. Definitely one of the biggest contenders for the tournament.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them progress in the tournament. And I mean, so far we've had 2 standout teams in Punjab and Maharashtra, and seems like they're on a collision course to play each other eventually, and that should be fireworks. But yeah, what an opening act to this tournament. 4 games, 4 showcases of some really impressive talent. And I think it's only the beginning for this tournament. And there's a lot of really fun teams coming up. And there will be a little bit of a break for everybody involved. We'll see you guys soon. see you guys soon. We'll see you guys soon.
असम एंट्री फी जमा नहीं किया है, इन इन फंक्शन के बाद आपका एंट्री फॉर्म देना है।
जिस पर देगा कि नहीं
इसके बाद पंजाब आ रहा है सुंदर सिंह के साथ। इसके बाद का डांस है पंजाब और आ रहा है सुंदर सिंह। पंजाब सुंदर जी आ जाओ यार। जितेंद्र भैया आ जाओ।
अरे पब्लिक आ जाएगी इधर।
पंजाब की सारी टीम आ जाओ यार। आया चल गौरव, पंजाबी गीत बजाओ यार। दीपेश सर लगाओ पंजाबी गीत। चलो यार, ये अलग सा गाना, दूसरा गाना लगाओ। इसमें स्टेप नहीं है, इसमें स्टेप नहीं है, दूसरा स्टेप लगाओ यार। होलियां ताली कम नहीं पड़ना चाहिए। अब इसके बाद गुजरात का गरबा। आ जाओ आ जाओ। गुजराती कुड़िया अब आपके सामने